Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. We are in Otis, Kansas today. Otis, Kansas, and playing against the Ashland Blue Jays. First up will be the JV boys and versus the Otis-Bison Cougars. Joining us today in commentation is Destiny Mitchell. Both teams get ready for the tip-off. Over to the Blue Jays. Number 45, Jeffrey gets it out to number 3, Jonathan Amaya. Back out to number 23, Timothy at the far wing. Not Timothy, my bad. Going out to number 3.
Jake Gardner, number 1, passes it to number 4, Sean Pauley. Back to Jake Gardner. Swings it over to Kelson for a 3. It's no good.
Number 11, Wyatt Wilson with the ball, bringing it back down to Blue Jay territory. Going top of the key, throwing it out to number 23, Jaden Reed at the close wing. Going to dribble around out to number 25, Gus at the far wing. Trying to find his options. Going to hand it off back to number 11, Wyatt. Going to dribble the ball around a little bit. Little struggle. He maintains it. Going to hand it back off to number 23, Jaden. Going top of the key, back out to number 25, Gus at close wing. Back out to number 45, Jeffrey at high post. Spins around to find number 23, Jaden. Back out to Jonathan. Throwing it back out to Gus at the far wing. Into Jeffrey at high post. Back out to Jonathan, going to top of the key. Going to throw it back out to number 25, Gus at the far wing. Trying to find his options. Option is thrown over to number 23, Jaden. Back out to Jonathan. Ball is knocked out of bounds against the Cougars. Blue Jays will maintain the ball. Number 3, Jonathan Maya will be throwing the ball in. Ball's thrown out to Gus at top of the key. A little struggle for it. Puts it up for 2, no good.
Lewis getting the rebound. Jake passing it to Kelson. Kelson goes in for 2. It's no good.
Jeffrey with the rebound. Going to hand it off to number 11, Wyatt, bringing it back down at a medium pace. Throwing out to number 23, Jaden Reed at close wing. Going to go into high post where number 45, Jeffrey is. But try putting up for 2, no good. But rebounds his own ball. Putting it over to Jonathan. Back out to Jaden at top of the key, puts up for 3, no good.
Jake gets the rebound. Passes it to Sean Pauley. Inside to Lewis McVeigh. Back to Sean. And Kelson for a 3, and it's good.
Ball's thrown in over to number 3, Jonathan, bringing it back down to Blue Jay territory. Going to speed up his pace, throwing over to Jeffrey at the far wing. Now back out to Jaden at far corner. In over to high post, Jonathan put it set up for 2. Shot is no good.
Logan Meyer gets the rebound and passes it to Kelson. Kelson dribbles down the court, all the way to the bucket. The hoop is no good. Lewis gets the rebound, passes it to Logan. Logan passes it to Jake. Back to Sean. Sean passes it inside to Lewis McVeigh. He puts it up for 2. It's no good.
Ball is now with number 1, Kale Harris. Never mind, that's number 11, Wyatt Wilson. Going to throw it over to Jaden at close wing. Dribbling the ball around a little bit. On top of the key, throwing over to Jonathan at the far wing. Back out to 45, Jeffrey at top of the key. Back out to Wyatt, going in, puts up for 2. Shot is no good as it gets stuck between the basket and the backboard. And it's Cougar ball.
Lewis passes the ball into number 1, Jake Hoopengartner. Jake dribbles down the court, passes to Sean Pauley. Back to Jake, over to Kelson, puts it up for 3, and it's no good.
Number 11, Wyatt with the ball, going to bring it back down the close side of the court, bring it down the lane. Ball is knocked out of his hands and turned over to the Cougars.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh, passing the ball into Jake Hoopengartner. Jake brings it down the court, passes to Kelson, back to Jake, back to Kelson. Swings all the way over to Sean. Lewis tries to find an opportunity to shoot. Finding a way to get it inside. Lewis McVeigh for 2.
Number 45 with number 23, Jaden with the ball, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to bring it over to number 25, Gus at the far corner. Traveling is called on Gus. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 14, Memphis Jensen, checking in for number 25, Kelson Juno. Number 5, Ian Hazelhorst, checking in for Lewis McVeigh. Jake Hoopengartner has the ball, passing it to Sean Pauley. Ian sets a screen for Sean, passing it back out for Jake for a 3, and it's no good. The Blue Jays getting the rebound.
Wyatt handing the ball out to Jaden, bringing it back down to Blue Jay territory. Going to hand it off to number 3, Jonovan at the far wing, going in to high post where number 25, Gus is. Trying to find his options. Hands the ball back off to Jaden. Going down the low post. Throwing in to Jeffrey. Dribbling around just a bit. Tries to put up for 2, and the shot is no good. Little struggle for the ball.
The rebound was bounced around, but Ian got it. Passing it to Jake Hoopengartner, now to Sean Pauley. Back to Jake, over to Memphis in the wing. Bringing it up to the top of the floor. Swinging it to Jake, down to Logan. Up for 2, and it's no good. Blue Jays getting the rebound.
Donovan with the rebound, going to bring it back down at a slow pace. Down center of the court. Going in over to Jeffrey at mid-post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Donovan with the rebound. Tries to put it up for 2. No good. But Jeffrey gets in it.
Ian with the block. There was a jump ball.
Against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Blue Jays. Jaden Reed throwing the ball in. Throws it over to Jeffrey at mid-post. He's going to throw it back out to Donovan at a close wing. Back over to Jaden. Now over to Jeffrey. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars again. And it will remain with the Blue Jays. Jaden throwing the ball in again for the Blue Jays. And it's like one of the Blue Jays was caught overstepping the boundary. Turnover Cougars.
Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner passing into number 4. Back to number 1. Jake bringing it down the floor. Over to Memphis Jensen. Into the high post to Logan. Out to Sean. Back into Logan. Putting it up for 2, which is good.
Number 3, Jonovan with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Trying to direct his team on what to do. Throwing it back out to Gus at the far wing. Going in over to Jeffrey at top of the key. Back over to Jaden at close wing, or far wing. Ball is handed off to Jonovan. Back out to Jaden. Going to go up the lane, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Jaden with the rebound, putting up for 2, but there's a call on the court.
number 4, Sean Pauley, was his first team foul.
Jaden will put up his first free throw. It's up, and it is no good.
Lewis McVeigh getting the rebound, passing it out to Jake Hoopengartner. Jake bringing it down the court, passing to Kelson Juno, my bad. Back up to Jake. Back to Kelson. Dribbling to the corner, passing it inside to Lewis, and then to the high post to Logan for 2, which is good.
Donovan with the ball, going to bring it back down to Blue Jay territory. Going out to Jeffrey, back out to number 21. Trying to find his options. Cougars get the ball.
Lewis McVeigh bringing it down the court, getting it swiped from number 21, my bad.
Donovan with the ball after it was stolen by number 21. Going to bring it back down on the far side of the court, 30 on the clock. Jaden with the ball going into far corner. Going around. They'll struggle to maintain the ball.
Sean swiping it out of their hands. Jake Hoopengartner bringing it down the court. 2-3. It's no good.
Struggle for the ball. Jump ball will be called.
It's currently White's ball. Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner passing it in. Passing it into Lewis. Passing over to Logan. Up for 2, which is good. And that's the end of your first quarter.
Score is Cougars 11, Blue Jays 2.
I'd say you could tilt it up a little bit. So like when they're, kind of on each side, you don't need to show too much down like on that side of the white line. But yeah, I'll tilt it. Looks good though. How's it feel? Yeah. So you like doing that, huh?
Yes.
See, I can't stand
You
doing
can
that.
probably see my sweater. It's kind of hot up here.
Yeah.
I just like the bathrooms are really hot.
Yep. So when they're timed out, tend not to show them because we don't really want to show the game boards or anything. So,
Right down the center.
and don't forget to. So after each quarter, we show the scoreboard,
Oh, is there a new button now?
and then up here
Oh, I can't.
we stop it, and then we start it for the new quarter.
It's what button? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yay, hello.
There's a second one somewhere. Oh, this one.
Yeah, there's like 3 different zooms on here. Preston was showing me them all. I was like, oh my god. It's a little complicated.
Back to the second quarter of the game. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the end of the first half. Ball's thrown into number 11, Wyatt. Going to bring it back down to Blue Jay territory. Going in over to Jeffrey at top of the key. Putting up for 2. Never mind. Ball's knocked out of bounds against the Cougars. Turn over to, it will remain with the Blue Jays. Jaden throwing the ball in over to Jeffrey at mid-post, put up for 2. Shot is no good, but there is a call on the court against the Cougars. Calls on number 24, Lewis McVeigh, on the arm. Jeffrey Garman puts up his first free throw, and it is no good.
Like the middle of the screen to be like level with the middle of the people.
I think, usually. At least when we're at this.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffrey's second free throw is up, and it is good for a Blue Jay point.
Logan Meyer passing it into number 1, Jake Gardner. Over to Kelson Juno, inside to Lewis McVeigh. Trying to pass it to Logan, but it's no good.
Gus gets it out to Wyatt, going on the close side of the court, going down close wing. Back down low post, back out to number 21 at close wing. Going in, back out to Wyatt at close corner. Ball rolls out of bounds against the Blue Jays. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 1 passing it into Lewis McVeigh. Back to Jake Gardner. Jake bringing it down the court. Passing over to Kelson Juno. Back out to Sean. Passing over to Jake Gardner. Jake dribbles it inside for 2, and it is good.
White gets out to number 21. He's going to bring it down the center of the court, back down to Blue Jay territory. Going back out to number 12, Briggs. Back out to number 11, Wyatt at the top of the key. Going in down, going to try to go down the lane, but stumbles.
Sean getting the ball, bringing it down the court. It was knocked out by the Blue Jays. Number 1, Jake Gardner is passing it in. Passing to Kelson Juno. Knocked out by the Blue Jays again.
Little struggle for the ball.
'21 gets the steal.
But he runs down to the other side with some speed, puts it up for 2, and the shot is no good.
Be careful that you're not missing off the other side there.
I realized that. I was like, oh, snap.
Ball's on number 25, Logan Meyer. He was caught blocking. Number 21 for the Blue Jays will be putting up his first free throw. And the shot is good for a point for the Blue Jays. Second shot is up and it's no good.
Kelson Juno getting the rebound. Dribbling it down the court. Passing it up to Lewis, back over to Sean. Sean passing it back over to Kelson. Kelson putting it up for 2, which is good.
White gets the ball into 21, going to bring it back down to the Blue Jay side. Going to center of the court. Back out to Wyatt. At close swing, gonna dribble it around. Little struggle for the ball, but Wyatt maintains it. Timeout will be called on the Blue Jays. 1 minute. Timeout is done, and both teams return to the court, get ready to play the remainder of 5 minutes and 45 seconds in the first half. Blue Jays will have the ball, number 20, Cord throwing it in over to number 12, Briggs. Back out to Gus at the close corner. Gonna drill around. Back out to Cord. Now back out to number 11, Wyatt at the far wing. Going to throw it over to number 21. Back out, hands it off to Wyatt at close wing. Back out to close corner where number 20, Cordes. Back out to Wyatt, close wing. Over to far wing, 21. Puts it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Number 1, Jake Hoopengarner brings it down the court. Passing it over to number 2, Aiden George. Back over to Jake. Over to number 24, Lewis. Dribbles in for 2. Passing it back out to Aiden. Jake Hoopengarner has the ball. Over back to Aiden. Into Ian Hazelhorse. Has a rough pass, but they get it back. Over to number 24, Lewis, up for 3, which is no good. Blue Jays getting the rebound.
Gus gets it out to Wyatt. Bounces off his foot, almost losing it, but maintains it, bringing it back down with some speed. Going down the lane, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh getting the rebound, passing it to number 1, Jake Hoopengarner. Trying to pass it into number 21, Logan Meyer. Remains the Cougars' ball. Passing it into number 24. Number 1 for a 3.
Wyatt going to bring the ball back down the Blue Jays side with a little bit of speed. Going to go down the close wing. Going to top the key now. Throwing it back out to number 12, Briggs. Back out to Wyatt at close wing. Dribble it around. That seems to be like, I believe that's a lane violation.
Yeah. 3 seconds in the lane for number 20. I believe it was number 20. Number 25 bringing it down the court, Kelson Juneau. Passing over to Lewis McVeigh. Pass it down to Logan Meyer, back up to Kelson, over to Aiden George, into Ian. Brings it over to 25, Kelson Juneau, over to 24, Lewis. Back out to Aiden, up for 2, which is no good. Blue Jays getting the rebound.
Gus getting the ball, going to bring it over to number 11, Wyatt, bringing it down the Blue Jays side with some speed. Going down the close wing. Back out to Briggs at close corner. Ball thrown high, back to Briggs. Going over to Wyatt now at top of the key. Briggs is going to run it in, back out to number 12, back out to number...
Lewis gets the steal, bringing it down the court. Going in. Lewis McVeigh with a travel. Number 1, Jacob Hoopengarner checking in for number 2, Aiden George.
Wyatt throwing it in to number 10, Roman. Bringing it back down to Blue Jays side. Hands it back off to Wyatt at close wing. Going back top of the key. Going to chuck it back down to Roman. Intended for Jeffrey, but goes over his head and out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 4, Sean Pauley checking in for number 5, Ian Hazelhorse. Number 21, Logan Meyer throwing the ball in. Number 1, Jake Hoopengarner bringing it down the court. Jake shoots a 3, which is no good. Blue Jays getting the rebound. A jump ball. It remains white ball. Number 1, Jake throwing it in.
21, here we go, 21, 21.
Number 20 crosses the restraining line and remains white ball. Number 1 passing it out to Kelson Juneau, hitting a 3, which is good.
Jeffrey going to hit the ball out to number 11, Wyatt, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to throw it over to Jaden, that close corner, puts up for 3. Shot is no good.
Number 24, Lewis getting the rebound, passing to number 1, Jake Hoopengarner. Swinging it over to 25, Kelson Juno. Back up to number 1, Jake Hoopengarner. Over to Sean Polly, number 4. Back up to Jake. Over to Kelson. Kelson for 3, which is no good. Logan back up with the putback.
Number 20, Cord Kellenberger, bringing it back down. Going to throw it over to Jaden. Finishes the travel. Going back over to Jeffrey. Back out to number 10. Roman puts it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Number 4, Sean Polly getting the rebound. Passing to Jake, over to Kelson. Kelson going in for 2, which is good.
Jaden with the ball, going to bring it back down. Minute 25 on the clock. Jaden with the ball, going to bring it down top of the key. Never mind, to far wing. And there's a call on the court.
White number 4, Sean Polly, caught holding. Number 21 checks in for number 10 for the Blue Jays.
Number 21 with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Blue Jays side. Going it to a close corner, or close wing where Wyatt is.
Number 24, Lewis getting the rebound, passing to Jake, putting it up for 2, which is no good. The Blue Jays getting the rebound.
Little struggle for the ball. Travel will be called on the Blue Jays. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 1, Jake Hoopengarner will be passing it in. Passes that out to Lewis McVeigh. Lewis was caught traveling.
Ball's thrown in to number 21. Bringing it back down to Blue Jay territory. Bringing it over to Wyatt at the far wing. Going to bring it in now down the lane.
Kelson getting the steal, passing it over to number 21, Logan Meyer. But he doesn't quite catch it all the way.
Like number 21 for the Blue Jays lost his shoe.
Number 10 going back in for 21 for the Blue Jays.
Ball's thrown into Jaden. He's going to bring it back down. 35 on the clock. Bring it back down over to top of the key. Going down close wing. Going down now to the close corner. Going over to Jeffrey. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Lewis passing it into Jake Hoopengarner. Jake bringing it down the court. 20 seconds left on the clock. 15 seconds left. Sean puts up a shot, which is no good. Cougars getting the rebound. Kelson putting it up for 3, which is good.
Jaden with
2
the
seconds
ball.
remaining.
Jaden with the ball, doing a long shot. Puts up for 3, but no good. Looks like there's a last-minute call.
Number 21 fouled.
Jaden puts up his first free throw, and it is no good. Jaden will have another chance for another point for the Blue Jays. Second shot is up. No good. One more opportunity for the final point. Last shot is up. It was good for a Blue Jay point. Stay tuned for the second half of the JV game. Be back after halftime.
what I said about greasy hands?
Welcome back to the second half of the JV boys game. Both teams will return to the court with a score of 26 Otis-Bison and 7 Ashland. It will be Otis-Bison's ball. Oh, my bad. It will be Ashland's ball.
Ball's with number 3, Giovanni Amaya. Hands it off to number 11, Wyatt. It's going to have the close wing. Going to now throw it over to Gus. Back out to Giovanni at the far wing. Over to Jaden at top of the key. Hands it off to Gus. Back out to number 11, Wyatt. Puts it up. Jaden puts it up for 3 at the far wing. No good. Gus with the rebound, though. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh passes it into number 25, Kelton Juno. He's going to pass over to the close wing, back to the top, over to the close wing. He's going to shoot for 3. It is good.
Jaden with the ball, going to bring it back down to the other Blue Jay territory. Going to hand it off to Giovanni. Hands it back off to Jeffrey at mid post. Going to throw it over to Wyatt going down the lane. Puts it up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh, is going to pass it into number 25. He's going to bring it down the court. Pass over to Memphis Jensen at the close wing. Back to the top of the key with Kelson Juno. Going to look for a pass back to Memphis. He'll pass back to number 25. He'll shoot for 3. It is good.
Jaden with the ball now. He's going to bring it back down to Blue Jay side. Hands it off to Giovanni at top of the key. Now back out to Wyatt at close wing. Now back out over to Gus. Going to try to find his options. Throwing it back out to number 23, Jaden. At low post, he's going to try to put up for 2.
Number 45, Ishmael Cortez, will have a foul.
Number 23, Jaden Reed will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Blue Jays. Shot is up, no good. Jaden's second shot is up. No good.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh, rebounds. He'll pass to number 25, Kelson Juno. He's going to bring it down the court on the close side. He'll shoot for 3. It's no good.
Jeffrey with the rebound. He's going to bring it back down. Hand it off to Jaden. Back out to number 3, Giovanni. Going to go in. Hand it back off to number 11, Wyatt. Going to go down the lane. Ball rolls out of bounds. And it will remain with the Blue Jays.
Number 5 and number 10 for the Otis-Bison Cougars will sub in.
Ball thrown in to Jeffrey. Hands it back out to Giovanni at top of the key. Now back out to 3, Jaden.
Number 45, Ishmael Cortez, steals the ball, puts it up for 2. Is no good.
Ball is thrown back out to number 23, Jaden at low post. Puts up for 2. No good, but there was a call on the court against the Cougars.
Number 5, Ian Hazelhorse will be caught with a foul.
Jaden will have the opportunity for a point or 2. First shot is up, and it is no good. Second shot is up, and it's good.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh is going to pass into number 14, Memphis Jensen. Back to Lewis. Over number 10, Seth Richardson. He'll bring it back over the half. Pass to 24. That was a bad pass. It goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Blue Jays.
Ball's thrown in to number 3, Giovanni, bringing it back down. Going top of the key and thrown out to number 35, Timothy Arrows. Back out to Giovanni. Thrown over to Jaden. Back out to Jeffrey. Over to Timmy. Going down the low post, put up for 2. The shot is good.
Number 10, Seth Richardson is going to bring the ball down the court. He'll pass to the close wing, Memphis Jensen. He'll look for a pass to Ishmael Cortez. He'll shoot for 2. Is no good.
Number 3, Giovanni with the ball, bringing it back down with some speed, going down the low post, throwing it back out to Jaden at high post, put it up for 2. The shot is good for 2.
Number 5, Ian Hazelhorse passes in to number 10, Seth Richardson. It goes out of bounds. It'll remain with the Otis-Bison Cougars. Again, number 5 will pass it in. Oh, he'll switch out for number 24, Lewis McVeigh. Lewis McVeigh will pass it in to Seth Richardson. He'll bring it down the court on the close side. He'll look for a pass to Memphis Jensen. He'll look for a pass. He'll be caught traveling, turn over to the Blue Jays.
Giovanni throwing it in to number 23. Going to bring it back down to Giovanni and over to Timmy at the far wing. Now back over to Gus at the far corner. Back to Timmy. Now to Jonathan at top of the key. Throwing back over to Timmy. Going in, putting up for 2. Shot is no good. A little struggle for the ball. Timmy maintains it. Throwing over to Jaden, putting up for 2. Shot is no good.
Number 14, Memphis Jensen rebounds. He'll be caught traveling. It'll go back to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Jaden throws the ball in to Jonathan at the far back of the court. Throwing it to Gus, putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Out of bounds.
Number 24 is going to pass into number 25, Kelson. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll go to the far side looking for a pass. He'll come back to the close side, passing number 24 over to 4, Sean Pauly, to number 5, Ian Hazelhorse. He'll look for a pass and dribble around. He'll pass to 24. It'll go backcourt. Turnover to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Jaden throws the ball into Giovanni, bringing it back down to the Blue Jays side. Over to Jaden.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh gets the ball. He's going to pass to number 4. He goes out of bounds. It'll go back to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Giovanni throwing the ball in over to Timmy. Now back over to Jeffrey at high post. Going to bring it back down low post. Up for 2, no good. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover. The ball will remain with the Blue Jays. Jaden throwing the ball in, out to Gus at the top of the key, running down the lane. Out of bounds against the Blue Jays. Not against the Blue Jays, against the Cougars. Jaden going to throw the ball back in. Going in over to Timmy at the top of the key. Back out to Jonathan at the far wing. Going to dribble it up. Over to Timmy at the far corner, or a close corner. Going to up to the lane, putting up for 2. Shot is no good. Timmy rebounds it, getting up to Jaden, go down the low post. Back out to Timmy at close wing. Down to Gus at low post. Puts up, try putting up for 2, no good.
There's a foul. Number 25, Kelson Juno will be caught with a foul.
25, Gus Hink will be throwing the ball up and no good. First shot is no good for a Blue Jay point. One more opportunity. Second shot is up and it is no good.
Number 5, Ian Hazelhorse rebounds. He'll bring it down the court a little bit. Pass over to Kelson Juno. He'll bring back the rest of the way at the top of the key. He'll look for a pass over to 25 or 24, Liz McVeigh. He'll pass to number 5, back to 24, back to 25. He'll shoot for 3, is no good. He'll go back to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Ball starting in over to Giovanni, bringing it back down. 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. Going to throw it back out to number 45, Jeffrey at the far wing. Going to now throw it out to Jaden, now at low post with number 25, Gus. Tries to put up for 2, but there's a call on the board against the Cougars.
Number 5, Ian Hazelhorse has a foul. There will be 2 shots. First shot is good.
Gus will be putting up his second free throw here. Second shot is up, and it's no good.
Number 5 passes to number 45. He'll pass to 4 down the floor. Shoot for 2. It is no good. Number 45, Ian Ishmael rebounds over to 25, back to 5. He'll pass to 24 under the basket. He'll shoot for 2. Is no good. He rebounds his own ball. Back to number 5, Ian Hazelhorse over to 25. He'll shoot for 3. Is no good. Number 24, Liz McVeigh rebounds. He gets trapped. Pass to number 4 over to 45. He'll shoot for 2. It's good. That was a lot of stuff that happened there. Over to the Blue Jays.
Number 3, Jonathan Amaya bringing it back down. Going to throw it over to Gus at the close corner, going down the low post. Put it up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
I think it was 24.
Timmy going to throw the ball in over to number 3, Jonathan at low post corner, putting up for 3. Shot is good for 3.
Number 4 is going to pass into number 25, Kelson Juno. He's going to bring it down the court on the far side. He'll try to beat 35, but it's no good. He'll pass to number 4. He'll look for a pass to 25, Kelson Juno. He'll pass it into number 5, Ian Hazelhorse. He'll shoot for 2. It is good from inside the paint.
Number 21 having the ball, going to hand it back off to Jonathan. Going to bring it back down, over to 21 at the top of the key, back over to Jonathan, now over to Timmy at the far corner, dribbling around. Going to hand it back off to number 25, Gus.
Number 4 is going to bring the ball down the court on the far side. He'll shoot for 2. It is good. 35 seconds left.
Number 3 with the ball, going to bring it back down. Hand it off to Timmy, putting up for 2, no good. Gus with the rebound, putting up for 2, and it's good.
Number 10, Seth Richardson passes it into 25. Kelson Juno, he'll bring it down the court a little slower this time. He'll look for a pass. He'll go over to the far side, come back towards the middle. Pass to number 10, Seth Richardson, over to 4. There's a call. I think it was traveling. I'm not very sure. We'll go over to the Ashland Blue Jays with 3.9 seconds left in the third quarter.
Number 21 will be throwing the ball in.
Number 10, Seth Richardson slaps it out of bounds. I'm pretty sure it hit their coach's head. I feel a little bit bad. 3.3 seconds left.
21 going to throw the ball back in.
25, Kelson Jr. steals the ball. He'll shoot from the 10 foot. It is no good.
Then your third quarter, Cougars 37, Blue Jays 22.
Starting off with your fourth quarter, number 24, Lewis McVeigh will have the ball at the opposite sideline. He'll toss it into number 4, Sean Pauly. He'll go down to the far wing. Now over to 10, Seth Richardson at the top of the key. Back over to Sean at the wing. Over to Seth, now at the wing. Up to Sean at the top of the key. Now down to number 5, Ian Hazelhorse at the low post. Now over to Sean at the close wing. Up to 24, back down to Ian. And a whistle is blown before he's able to get the ball up.
Balls against number 25, Gus Hushing.
I'll place the Cougars down at the baseline, number 10, Seth Richardson down there. Look around. Toss it into Sean now at the closer wing. Now over to Seth. Back over to Sean. Into 24 at the lane. Up for 2. Lewis, no good. Number 45 with the rebound. Now over to Lewis at the high post. Fight for the ball. Back over to number 45. Ishmael. Up for 2, and it's good.
Ball is now with number 21. He's going to bring it back down. Hand off to Timmy at close wing. Back out to number 21. Going down the far wing now. Going in the high post, Gus. Back out to Timmy at close wing. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good.
Lewis McVeigh now with the ball. Now over to Seth, bringing the ball down the closer side of the court. Now over to Sean Pauly at the far wing. Tries to toss it in, fight for the ball. 5 ends up with it at the low post. Ian Hazelhorse, he tries to put up for 2, no good. And Ashland gets the rebound.
Number 21 with the ball, going to bring it back down. Putting up for 2, no good.
Cougars get the ball. They'll chuck it clear down to Sean. And the Blue Jays will steal it right back.
Number 21 getting the ball, going to bring it back down. Going far wing, going to now throw it over to number 20, Ford.
It'll be against number 45, Ishmael Cortez. He'll be caught pushing. Cougars swap in 2 players. Looks like Memphis Jensen and Aiden George will be coming in to onto the court.
Jaden throwing the ball in. Ball on the court against. Ball is knocked out of bounds against the Cougars. Jaden throwing the ball back in out to 21 at the far wing.
And he will be caught traveling at the far wing. Turn over to the Cougars. Sean Pauly now at the far sideline. He'll toss it into number 5, Ian Hazelhorse at the half-court line. Back over to Sean, down to the low post. And a travel is called before he gets to the basket. Turnover to the Blue Jays.
Ball thrown into 21. He's going to bring it back down. 6 minutes on the clock. Throwing it back out to number 25, Gus. At close wing. Close corner. Back out to close wing, 21. Back out to far wing, Gus. And over to Timmy. Back out to Jaden now. Number 20, Cord, putting up for 3, and the shot is good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Sean and Pauly has it at the baseline. Into Memphis Jensen at the farther side of the court. Back over to Sean. He'll take it down the middle of the court. Ball is fight for the ball. And Sean Pauly will have it at the high post, up for 2. And it's good, but it looks like the coach called a timeout before it's into the basket, so it'll be no good. Cougars will start off with the ball at the far side of the court. Sean Pauly has it. He'll look around, finds number 5, Ian Hazelhorse at the top of the key. Now over to Aiden George, at closer wing. Back up to Sean at the top of the key. He'll go down to the farther wing. Into Ishmael at the low post, up for 2. In and out, no good. Fight for the rebound, and Blue Jays will get it.
Ball, number 25, Gus with the ball. Going to bring it back down, but there's a call on the court.
It'll be against Ishmael Cortez. It'll be a shove. Number 25 for your Blue Jays. First 3 throws up. It's no good.
Gus Hink will put up his second free throw for the Blue Jays. Ball is up. No good.
Memphis with the rebound. Now over to Ian Hazelhorse, trying to shoot it over to Sean Pauly, but it goes over his head and out of the court. Turnover to the Blue Jays.
Number 35, Timmy with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going over to 21, now at the far wing. Going to dribble it in, try to put it up for 2, but no good.
It'll be against number 5, Ian Hazelhorse, and they'll get a hand check, I believe.
First shot is up at number 21, and it is no good. Second free throw is up, and it's good for a Blue Jay point.
Cougars now back with the ball. Sean bringing it down the court. He'll end up at the close wing. Now over to number 2. And they try to pass it into Ian Hazelhorse at the low post, but looks like it'll go over his head. No good.
Ball thrown in to number 35, Timmy Arrows. Bring it back down. Going to now throw it over. Intended for number 20, Cord Kellenberger. But number 14 for the Cougars, Memphis Jensen, knocked the ball out of bounds. Cord will throw the ball back in over to Jaden at close corner, or far corner, my bad. Hand it back off to Cord. Back off to Jaden at low post. Put up for 2, no good.
Cougars now back to the ball. Sean has it, bringing it down to the top of the key. Now over to number 10, Seth Richardson with the closer wing, and a whistle is blown. I did not catch the referee. Turn over to Ashland.
Jaden throwing the ball in to number 21, bringing it back down. Handing it back off to Timmy at close wing. Back over to 21. Almost lost the ball though, but maintains it. Running to low post, puts up for two, no good.
Will be against number 14 for your Cougars, Memphis Jensen, who'll be caught with a block.
Number 21 for the Blue Jays will put up his first free throw. It is no good. Number 21 will have one more opportunity for a point for the Blue Jays. Second shot is up. No good.
Cougars with the rebound. Sean Pauly bringing it down the court at the farther side. He'll throw it into Memphis Jensen at the high post. Now to Seth Richardson at the close wing. And number 45, it looks like he'll try to chuck it over to, but it goes out of the court, but it will remain with the Cougars. Sean now has it at the far wing into number 45. And over to 24, Lewis McVeigh. He tries to shoot it in to somebody at the low post, but the Blue Jays steal it.
Number 21 with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going to throw it over to Wyatt. Back over to 21. Over to Jaden at the far wing. Going to put it over to Timmy at low post. And off the Gus, try to put it up for two, no good. Jaden getting the rebound. At far corner. Goes over to Gus at low post. Turn over to the Cougars against number 25, Gus Hink. Push off will be the call.
Now plays number 24, Lewis McVeigh at the baseline. Lewis throwing it into Sean Pauly down on the closer side of the court, down to the close wing. He'll throw it into Ishmael Cortez at the low post, up for two, no good. Ashland with the rebound.
21 with the ball, going to bring it back down. 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. 21 speeding up his roll.
Cougars steal the ball right back. Sean Pauly bringing the ball down the court, does the layup, no good. Ashland with the rebound.
Wyatt getting the ball down to number 12, Briggs, put it up for two, no good.
Cougars get the ball back from the Blue Jays, and Lewis McVeigh will be bringing it down the court. Now over to Seth Richardson at the close wing, up for two, no good. Blue Jays now with the ball.
Number 35, Timmy with the ball, going to bring it back down. Hand it off to 21. Back out to Jaden. Timmy putting up for two, no good.
Ishmael Cortez with the rebound. He'll toss it over to number 4, Sean Pauly at the farther wing, my bad. Trying to get around the Blue Jays defense.
Ball was stolen by Timmy, running down low post, putting up for two, and the shot is good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Sean Pauly has it, and a timeout will be called by the Cougars coach. Cougars will resume play at the farther sideline. We'll toss it in number 4, Sean Pauly, down to Ishmael Cortez at the high post. Over to Ian Hazelhorse at the low post, up for 2, and it's good.
Jaden getting the ball into number 11, Wyatt, going to bring it back down to Blue Jay territory. Goes over to Jaden, cross court over to Timmy at far wing, now over to the top of the key. Wyatt back over to Jaden at close wing, putting up for 3, no good.
Cougars now back to the ball. Sean has it now. Down to number 2, Hayden George at the low post. Looks like he slips up with the ball and it doesn't get quite up to the goal or the basket. Over to the Blue Jays.
Number 11 going to bring the ball back down. Over to Jaden at close wing, back over to Wyatt.
Ball is stolen by the Cougars. Sean Pauly has it now at the top of the key, into the lane. And a whistle is blown because he's caught traveling before he's able to get to the basket. Back over to the Blue Jays.
Wyatt throwing the ball into Jaden, back to Wyatt, going to bring it back down. Back over to Jaden on close wing. Going over to far wing, Timmy, putting up for 3, shot is no good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Sean Pauly has it now at the top of the key, into the lane, up for 2, and it's good.
Jaden with the ball, going to bring it back down. Turn over to Timmy at the far wing. Going to go in the mid post, put up for 2, shot is no good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Number 24, Lewis McVeigh with the ball. Now over to Sean at the farther side of the court. We'll take it to the closer side with 38 seconds on the clock. Now it's a top key, down to number 5, Ian Hazelhorse at the low post, up for 2, and it's good. 30 seconds on the clock now with Ashland with the ball.
Number 11, Wyatt with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going to throw it over to Jaden at close wing. Back over to Wyatt, back over to the Briggs. Over to Jaden again at close wing, putting up for 3, shot is no good. Number 10, Roman with the ball, going to throw it over to Wyatt. Back out to Timmy at the far wing. Throwing cross over to Jaden, putting up for 3, no good. Roman with the rebound again, try putting up for 2, no good.
And that will be the end of your ball game. At the end, your Otis-Bison Cougars 45, Ashland Blue Jays 28.
interscholastic activities and its principal objective. You are reminded that this is an educational event and the practice of good sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Please stand and honor the American flag with the playing of the national anthem by the Otis-Bison Pep Band under the direction of Jenny Kling. Okay, let's meet the starters. For the Blue Jays, number 4, Mackenzie Walker. For the Cougars, number 1, Poe Tompkins. For the Blue Jays, number 5, Jaya Milburn. For the Cougars, number 2, Zoe Schwinn. For the Blue Jays, number 14, Camden Cunningham. For the Cougars, number 3, Destiny Mitchell. For the Blue Jays, number 20, Lily McFile. For the Cougars, number 21, Leela Kenyon. For the Blue Jays, number 35, Bianca Siniak-Rose. For the Cougars, number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. The Lady Blue Jays are coached by Kit Walker and assisted by Kaylee Stevens. And the Lady Cougars are coached by Jade Winter and assisted by Stan Avey. This week is Winter Sports Officials Appreciation Week. We want to acknowledge our officials at this time and let them know we appreciate the time they dedicate away from their own families to provide games for our athletes, families, and schools. Tonight's officials are Logan Hall, BJ Beaker, and James Garrettson. If you could please give these guys a round of applause. Thank you from the Otis-Bison Cougars and the Ashland Blue Jays.
Cougars will start off with the ball. Number 24, Abigail with the ball. Will bring it over to Destiny. Back over to Abby. Back over to Destiny at the far wing. Gonna throw it down to Zoe, put up for 2, and it's no good.
Ashland now back with the ball. Number 14 has it at the top of the key. Now over to 20 now at the farther wing. Looking around trying to find some options. Goes back to 14 at the high post now. Over to 5 at the low post, up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. Cougars now back with the ball.
Destiny gonna get the ball over to Abigail. Gonna bring it back down. Back over to Destiny at the far corner. Back over to Abby. Back over now to Hope Lumpkins. Over back to Abby at close wing. Or close corner, my bad. Abby gonna try to find her options. Thrown over to Destiny at the top, near the top of the key. Back over to Leela. Back to Destiny. Over to Abigail at close corner. Over to Destiny near close wing. Over to Hope Lumpkins at the far wing. Hope's gonna throw it back over to Destiny at the far corner.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 4 has it now, coming down the farther side of the court. She'll come down to the close corner. Back up to 5 at the free throw line. Up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. Cougars back with the ball.
Destiny with the ball, bringing it back down. They throw it over to Abby. Back to Destiny. Now over to Hope at close wing. Hope's trying to find her options. Going to throw it over to Abby at the far wing. Back to Hope. Now back over to Destiny. Back over. She's going to throw it down to Zoe at low post. Trying to throw it back out to Destiny at close corner. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Ball is out of bounds against the Cougars. Turn over to the Blue Jays.
"14" bring the ball down the court. She'll take it to the midcourt line. Now over to 35. Back to 14. Now at the close wing. Down to 4 at the short corner. Over to 35 now at the other short corner. Trying to go into the lane. Back out to 20 now back over to 35 at the far wing. Up to 14 at the top of the key. Trying to get around the Cougars defense. Now over to 35 at the farther wing. Back over to 14, stolen by the Cougars.
Destiny running back down, putting up for 2, but there's a call on the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 14, Camden Cunningham. She'll be caught hacking.
Destiny's first shot is up, and it's good for a Cougar point. Destiny's second free throw is up. No good. Turn over to the Blue Jays.
Number 4 for your Blue Jays, bringing the ball down the court. Now over to 14 at the close wing. Into 5 at the high post. Back out to 14. She'll go down to the low post. Over to, I believe that was 20 that was intended for, but goes out of the court on the Cougars. Blue Jays now with the ball at the baseline. 14 throwing it in. Now over to 4 at the close wing. Up to 5 at the top of the key. Going back down to the farther wing. She'll try to toss it down to 4, but it looks like Abigail Rodriguez for your Cougars knocks the ball from her hands and out of the court. 20 for your Blue Jays remains with the ball at the corner. We'll toss it into 20. Back over 21, my bad. Back over to 20 at the far wing. Back over to 21 at 1. She'll go down to the low post. Up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. Turned over to the Cougars.
Destiny throwing the ball in over to Abigail. She's going to bring it down to the Cougar side at a slow pace. Going to speed it up, throwing over to Hope. Now over to Leela in close corner. Over to Zoe at low post. Call on the Blue Jays.
Against number 20, Lily McFile, and she'll be caught pushing.
Destiny with the ball, going to throw it over to Hope Lumpkins at close wing. Put it up at 3. Shot is no good.
Number 20, Lily McFile throwing the ball in. Now over to 4. McKenzie, she'll take it to the midcourt line. Now over to 21 at the farther wing, but it escapes her fingers and goes out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown in to Destiny Mitchell. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar's side. At medium pace. Going to now throw it over to Hope Lumpkins. Back over to Destiny. Over to Zoe Schwinn at high post. And there's a call on the court against the Blue Jays.
Foul against number 21, Mia Sensizers? I don't know how to pronounce that last name. That'd be my bad. Serenos, I'm going to say. Now I am told. Number 5, J.M. Melbourne.
Destiny with the ball now. She's going to put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Leela with the rebound, putting up for 2, and it's good.
Blue Jays now back with the ball. 14 has it at the closer wing. Taking it up to the top game. Now over to 5 at the lane. Back out to 14. Up for 2. No good. And whistle is blown. Number 14 puts up her first free throw. Cunningham. Second one's up, and it's no good.
Hope with the rebound, though. Going to get over to Destiny Mitchell. She's going to bring it down to Cougar side. Checking over to Abigail at close corner. Back over to Hope at close wing. Over to Leela. Handed off to Destiny, and Leela was caught traveling. Turn over to the Blue Jays.
Ashland's now back with ball. 14 has it at the closer side of the court. Now over to 21 at the far wing. Down to 4 at the corner. She'll go up to the wing. Now over to 20 at the top of the key. She'll look around, finds 14 at the closer wing. Down to 5 in the lane, up for 2. No good.
Destiny with the ball now. She's going to get it over to Hope Lumpkins. Bringing it back down to Cougar's side. Ball's chucked over to Abigail. Back to Destiny at top of the key. Now over to Leela Kenyon at mid post. Back over to Abigail at far wing. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good. Hits the top of the backboard. Turn over to the Blue Jays.
Ashland now back with the ball. 14 has it, bringing it down the court. He'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to 21 at the far wing. Down to 35 at the corner. Into 5. Stolen by the Cougars.
Destiny with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down. Ooh. On the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 4, Mackenzie Walker.
Destiny getting the ball over to Abigail. Back over to Destiny at top of the key. Thrown over to Hope Lumpkins at close wing. Back to Destiny at top of the key. Back over to Hope. Back to Destiny. Over to Abby at far wing. Back to Destiny. Into Leela at high post.
Blue Jays now back with the ball. 4 has it, my bad, at the far wing. She'll throw it up for 3. No good. Cougars now back with the ball.
Destiny with the ball. Going to bring it back down with some speed. Going at high post. Put up for 2. No good.
Number 4 has the ball, bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the midcourt line. Now over to 21. Down to 35 at the low post. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. Cougars get it.
Abigail with the ball now. Going to bring it back down at a slow pace. Going over to Destiny at the far wing. Now over to Zoe at the far corner. Back over to Destiny. Chucking it back over to Hope. Now back to Abby at close wing. Over to Hope at top of the key. Gonna dribble around over to Leela at top of the at high post. Over to Destiny. Back intended for Zoe Schwint, but is kicked out of bounds by the Blue Jays. And it will remain with the Cougars. Zoe Schwint will be throwing the ball in. Chucks it over to Destiny at the far wing. Over to Abigail now, about mid-post. Back to Destiny. Over to Abigail. Back to Destiny. Over to Zoe. Back to Leela at top of the high post. Over to Destiny once again. Gonna dribble it around. Back over.
Stolen by the Blue Jays. 21 goes down. Up for layup. Up for two, and it's good. Whistle's blown. It looks like Ashland's coach calls a timeout.
Cougars will start off with the ball. Abigail will be throwing it in over to Destiny Mitchell. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side at a slow pace on the far end of the court. To speed it up, throwing it over to Abigail. Intended for Haley McMillan, but flies over her head and out of bounds. Turn over to the Blue Jays.
$20 for your Blue Jays, tossing in to number 14. She'll take it down the middle of the court, into 5 at the 3-throw line, down to 4 at the low post, out to 35, I believe, at the close corner, up for 2, and it's good.
Abigail with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down to the Cougar side. Back over to Haley McMillan, that close wing. Back over to Abby. Knocked. Ball is being thrown around a little bit. And out of bounds against the Blue Jays. And a will remain with the Cougars. Ball thrown in over to Abigail. She's going to bring it back down. Now thrown over to Marissa Reaver at Mount mid-post, running down below. Put up for 2, no good.
14 for your Blue Jays, bringing the ball back down the court. She'll take it to the close wing. Now up to the top of the key. Into 5 at the lane. Down to 20 at the low post. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. And Cougars will get it.
Abigail with the ball yet again. She's going to bring it back down. Going over to Destiny at the far corner. Over to Marissa. Back over to Abby. Now over to Haley. Now over to Zoe at close corner. Going to throw it back out. Over to Abby. A little struggle for the ball.
Ball will go out of the court against the Cougars. Ashland now with the ball at the baseline. 20 has it. Lily. She'll toss it in to number 5 at the close wing. Up for 3, no good. Ball goes back out of the court with 12 seconds on the clock. Cougars now back with the ball.
Abigail throwing the ball into Destiny. She's going to bring it back down the Cougar side. Put it back over to Abby. Back over to Haley now, close wing. Ball intended for Abby, but number 14 for your Blue Jays knocks the ball out of bounds. Ball's thrown in over to Destiny. Back to Abby. Back to Destiny there, top of the key. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good, just barely missing. Your score is by the first quarter, 3 Cougars, 4 Blue Jays. No.
Ashland starting out with the ball in the second quarter. Number 20 with the ball at the opposite sideline. Or the far sideline, my bad. She'll toss it in to number 4 at the midcourt line. Down to the low post. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. Cougars back with the ball.
Abby with the ball. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. They're throwing over to Destiny at the far wing. Dribbling it down. Over to Zoe. Over to Haley McMillan now. At the far wing. Put up for Destiny at 3. No good.
Number 35 for your Blue Jays bringing the ball back down the court. She'll take it to the far wing. Tries to toss it down to 20 in the corner, but the Cougars swat the ball out of the court. Blue Jays with the ball at the far sideline. 20 looking around for some options. Finds 4 at the top of the key. Up for 3, and it's good. Cougars now back with the basketball.
Abby with the ball. Going to bring it back down. Cougar side now over to Haley. Over to Zoe now. Call against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 22. If I flip my page, I can find it. Delaney Garman. She'll be caught pushing.
Ball's thrown in over to Abigail. She puts it up for 3, and the shot is good.
Blue Jays back with the ball. 14 has it at the closer side of the court. Now over to 22 at the far post, I should say. Or far close corner. It's a handful to say. Ball is knocked out of the court. Turned over to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown over to Abigail. She's going to bring it back down the Cougar side. Back over to Destiny at the far corner. Now back up the Hope near top of the key. Over to Zoe, now over to Marissa. A little struggle for the ball. Getting it back out to Zoe. Dribbling around.
Tried to toss it in, but the Blue Jays steal it. 14 has it at the closer side of the court. Now at the close wing. Up to 20 at the top of the key, and a whistle is blowing.
Falls against number 3, Destiny Mitchell. She was caught holding.
Blue Jays back with the ball. 4 has it at the top of the key. Now over to 14 at the far wing. Over to the high post. Now up to 21 at the low post. 14 now has it. Out to 21 at the close corner. Up for 3, and it's good.
Ball's thrown over to Destiny Mitchell. She's going to bring it back down the Cougar side. Thrown over to Abby. Back up to Destiny. Oh. Call against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 20. Lily McFile should be caught pushing.
Destiny Mitchell. Never mind. Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Goes over to Abby. Back over to Destiny at the far corner. Throwing it back. Intended for Zoe Schwint, but almost goes out of bounds.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 14 has it now at the closer side of the court. Now at the close wing. Down to 21 to the close corner. Cougars steal the ball.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball. Putting up for 2. The shot is good for 2.
Blue Jays back with it. 4 has it, bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the closer wing. Now down to 20. Over to 4 at the farther wing. Up for 3. Falls short. Blue Jays get the rebound, though, and it's good for 2.
Destiny with the ball. Bringing it back down. They'll throw it over to Abigail now, but call on the court against the Blue Jays. Never mind, against the Cougars. Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, was caught pushing.
Number 20 for your Blue Jays has the ball at the farther sideline. She'll toss it into 4. 4 taking it up to the top of the key. Now over to 21 at the far wing. Down to 5 at the far corner. Into 4 at the low post. Up for 2. In and out of the basket. No good.
Abigail with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down, thrown over to Destiny Mitchell at the far wing.
Ball is thrown into the stands. Almost smacking some of our equipment up here, but still good. Ashland now with the ball. 14 has it at the closer wing. Down to 20 at the corner. Back up to 14 at the close wing. 14 and 20 throwing it back and forth a couple times. They'll throw it around to 4 at the far wing. Down to 21. Now back over to 20 at the close corner. Or the short corner, my bad. Up to 5 at the free-throw line. Down to 21 at the low post. And a whistle is blown as she tries to put up the ball to the basket.
Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez on the arm.
That'll place 21.
Mia Cineros.
Up for some free throws. Her first one's up. I believe that one was good. Mia's second free throw's up, and it's good again.
Ball's thrown back over to Destiny. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side with some speed. Throw no hand off to Abby. Now over to Hope. Back over to Abby at top of the key. Back over to Hope. Going at close wing. Putting it over to Abby. Back over to Hope. Putting it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Ashland back with the ball. 4 has it at the farther side of the court. Now to the top of the key. Down to the lane. Now back out to 21 at the closer wing. She tries to go in. And looks like she'll be caught traveling before she goes down to the basket. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail with the ball. She'll throw it into Destiny. Hit it back off to Abby. Abby going to speed up her roll. Going to throw it over to Hope. Back to Destiny at near top of the key. Going to throw it over to Abigail. Back over to Destiny. Over to Hope at close wing. Back over to Destiny. Over to Leila Kenyon. Back over to Hope at far wing. Abby at far wing. Destiny puts up for 3. No good.
Ashland back to the ball. 35 has it now, bringing it down the court. She'll take it down to 4 at the far wing. Looking around, trying to find some options. Finds 35 at the closer wing. Ball is tipped by the Cougars.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball. Putting up for 2. The shot is good.
4 back with the ball now. She'll take it to the close wing, down to 14 at the corner, up to 4, up for 3, and it's good. Cougars back with the ball.
Destiny going to throw the ball over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougars side. Back to Destiny at far wing, over to Zoe at low post, and calls against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 20, Lily McFile. She'll be caught pushing.
Number 2, Zoe Schwinn will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. Shot is up, and it's good for a Cougars point. Second shot is up. No good.
14 for your Blue Jays picks up the ball, brings it down to the closer side of the court. She'll take it to the top of the key. Now over to 4 at the far wing. Back to 14. She'll go down to the high post. Back out to the wing. Up to 5 at the free-throw line. Over to 14. The high post up for 2. No good. Cougars back with the ball.
Destiny gets it out to Abigail, bringing it back down the Cougar side. Over to Hope Lumpkin at a close wing. Going to dribble it around. Back over to Destiny. Back to Hope at close wing. Back over to Abigail, saving the ball. Going over to Destiny. Back over to Leela at top of the high post. Hope putting up for 3, no good.
Fight for the ball, but the Blue Jays end up with it. Ball is tipped off a little bit, and a pretty good block there. 4 takes a good face plant into the ground.
Ball's against number 21, Leela Kenyon. She was caught blocking.
Number 4 has it now at the baseline. No, 14, my bad. Now over to 4 at the far wing. Up to 5 at the free-throw line. Up for 2, no good. Fight for the ball, and another foul is called.
Calls against number 21, Leela Kenyon, pushing.
Blue Jays throwing the ball. 5 has it now at the mid post, up for 2, and it's good. And another whistle is blown.
Calls against number 21, Leela Kenyon, on the arm.
I guess third time's the charm for her. Ashland puts up her third throw, and it's no good.
All intended for Destiny Mitchell, but flies out of bounds. And it will be turned over to the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays now back with the ball. 35 has it. Now to 4 at the farther wing, up for 2, and it's good.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball, going to bring it back down. Throwing over to Hope Lumpkins, and almost goes out of bounds.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 21 with a layup. No good. Fight for the rebound. And a timeout, I believe, by the Cougars coach. 30-second timeout.
Here, she'll hit. Yeah, Cougars throwing the ball. Did not realize it was unmuted. Abby with it. Back over to Destiny. Over to Hope Lumpkins. Back to Destiny. Near over to Zoe Schwinn at close corner. Marissa's going to throw it over to Abigail. Back to Destiny. Back to Marissa at low post. Out to Abby. Back to Destiny. Put up for 2. No good. Marissa with the rebound. Getting out to Zoe. Going to throw it over to Hope. Back out to Destiny. Back to Marissa. Now over to Abigail. Putting up for 3. No good.
Blue Jays get the ball now. 4 has it at the closer side of the court. She'll take it down to the low post. Back over to 14. The other one up to 5 at the free throw line. Up for 2, and it's good.
Destiny with the ball now. Bringing it back down the Cougar side. Throwing it over to Marissa. Back out to Abby at the far wing. Out to Destiny at the top of the key. Back.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 4 has it. Now back over to 21. Up for 2. And it's no good. 4 with the rebound now. Taking it back out to the wing now. Now up to the top of the key. Now over to 14 at the close wing. Out to 21 at the close corner. Over to 5 at the high post. Fight for the ball. Blue Jays end up with it. Blue Jays try to go up for 2. I believe that was 35 at the low post. And a whistle is called as the Cougars try to rebound the ball.
Calls against number 1, Hope Lumpkins on the arm.
I believe that's 14 now at the three-throw line. Kaden Cunningham. Her first 3 throws up, and it's good. Second 3 throws up, and it's good.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball now. Bringing it back down. 15 on the clock. Throwing over to Hope Lumpkins. Back out to Abby. Back to Hope. Back to Abby near the top of the key. Over to Hope at close corner. Back to Abby. She's putting up for 3. No good. Scores for the first half. Cougars 11. Blue Jays 24. Stay tuned for the second half of the game.
Jones, Chase Mitchell, Nevaeh McVeigh, Emma McMillan, Lewis McVeigh, and Connor Shane. The Scholars Bowl team is coached by Jennifer Chapman. Congratulations and good luck at state. Please give these men and women a round of applause.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of the girls' varsity game. Cougars will start off with the ball.
Destiny Mitchell with it, bringing it back down to Cougars side. Hand it off.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 4 has it now, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now up to the top of the key. Goes down to 5 at the far wing. Up to the high post with her. Now back out to, I believe that's 20 at the top of the key. Down to 4 at the low. Intentional foul called. It'll be on against number 35, Bionica.
That's Abby throwing the ball to Destiny. Back to Abby, bringing it back down to Cougars side. Bring it down the center of the court at a slow pace. Thrown over to Destiny Mitchell at close wing. Going to throw it over to Lila Kenya at top of the key. Back out to Abigail. Almost lost it, but throws it over to Hope Lumpkins. Back to Destiny. Back over to Abigail. No, over to Hope Lumpkins. Back hands it off to Zoe. Back over to Abby. Now turn over to Destiny at close corner. Over to Zoe Schwinn at low post. Thrown over to Destiny at close corner. Put it up for 3. No good. And it's good.
Ashland back with the ball. 4 has it, bringing it down the court. She'll toss it over to 14 at the far wing. Up to 35 now at the top of the key. Down to 20 at the closer wing. Up to 5 at the top of the key. She'll try to go down into the lane, but it looks like she'll be caught traveling before she gets to the basket. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown in over to Abigail. Back to Destiny. Destiny's going to dribble it around over to Lila Kenyon at the far corner, or far wing. Now over to Abby at far corner. Back over to Hope, going in over to high post. Now back to Lila at close corner.
Bianca will be caught pushing. I'll place the Cougars back down at the baseline.
Number 2, Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it out to Destiny Mitchell at close corner, or close wing. Over to Hope Lumpkins at close corner. Back over to Destiny at close wing. Over to Abigail at top of the key. Going to throw it over to Lila at far wing. Over to Destiny at low post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Number 4 for your Blue Jays back with the ball at the far wing. Up to 5 at the low post. Up for 2. No good. Fight for the rebound. And Blue Jays will end up with it. 4 now has it at the top of the key. Back over to 5 now at the closer wing. Up for 2. No good. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail with the ball. She's going to bring it back down to Cougars side. Checking it down to Zoe Schwinn at low post. Hand it back out to Destiny and almost lost the ball. Turnover to the Blue Jays as Destiny steps out of bounds.
Blue Jays now bring the ball down the court. 4 has it now at the midcourt line. Now to 5 at the far wing. Down to 14 in the lane. Up for 2. No good. No whistle is blown. Blue Jays now with the ball. 14 at the free-throw line. Up for her first free throw, and it's no good. .14 up for her second free throw, and it's no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail Rodriguez with the ball. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Thrown over to Zoe Schwinn.
Ashland now back with the ball. 21 has it. Now over to 4 at the far wing. She'll go down to the lane, up for 2, and it's no good. A whistle's blown.
Falls against number 21, Lila Kenyon, on the arm.
Blue Jays, number 4, up for her first free throw, and it's no good. Up for her second free throw, and it's good.
Abigail throws it to Destiny. Back to Abby. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. 5 minutes and 15 on the clock. Destiny with the ball. Going to throw it over to Hope Lumpkins at the far corner. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Ball goes to Zoe, but goes out of bounds. But the ball will remain with the Cougars, as there's a call on the court. Kind of. Remind it'll be Blue Jay bird. Blue Jays ball.
That Cougars coach will be caught with a warning. And 20 for your Blue Jays has the ball at the baseline. She'll toss it into number 4. Now over to 5 at the far wing. Down to 14 at the low post. Up for 2, and it's no good. And a fight for the ball, and a jump ball will be called. And it will remain with the Blue Jays. 20 for your Blue Jays down to the baseline.
30-second
foul, and looks like Blue Jays coach calls a timeout. Both teams return to the court with Blue Jays. Tossing the ball into number 5 now at the close wing. Down to 4 at the low post, but it goes over her head and out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown in over to Abigail. She's going to bring it down the Cougar side at a slow pace. Going over to Destiny, back over to Hope Lumpkins at the close corner in that area. Ball flies over Destiny's heads and out of. And it'll be turned over to the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays now with the ball. 14 has it at the baseline. Into 4 at the close swing. Up for 3, no good. Fight for the rebound. And Cougars coach calls a timeout as the Cougars start diving for the ball. And it'll be a full timeout.
Abigail throwing the ball over to Destiny. Going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Call on the Blue Jays.
Be against number 4, Mackenzie Walker. I believe that's a hand check.
Ball thrown in over to Hope Lumpkins. Back over to Destiny. Call on the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 20, Lily McFile. She'll be caught pushing, and that is her 4th foul. It looks like the Blue Jays will go ahead and swap her out.
Ball thrown in over to Hope Lumpkins. She's going to bring it back down over to Zoe Schwinn at the far wing. Going to bring it over to the top of the key where Destiny is. Throwing it back.
Blue Jays steal the ball. 4 has it now down in the lane, up for 2, and it's good.
Zoe getting the ball over to Abigail. She's going to bring it down over to Destiny Mitchell. Back over to Abby, going down the lane, put it up for 2, and the shot is good.
Blue Jays back with the ball. 4 has it at the farther side of the court. Now over to 5 at the far corner. 35, my bad, at the far corner. Down to 35 at the low post. Up to 14 at the top of the key. Now over to 21 at the close wing. Up to 5 at the top of the key again. Down to 4. But she doesn't get the ball, and it's turned over to the Cougars. Cougars calling some subs.
Abigail with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar's side. 3 minutes and 38 on the clock. Zoe with the ball now at the far wing. Going to throw it over to
Blue Jays steal the ball. 5 has it now at the middle of the court. Down to 21 at the low post. And a whistle is blowing. I believe it'll be against the Cougars.
ball against number 3, Destiny Mitchell, pushing.
Blue Jays have the ball. 22 has it on the low post. They put it up for 2, and it's no good. And another whistle is blown.
Marissa Reaver got the call on the arm.
I'll place 22 for your Blue Jays. Delaney Garman, I'm going to say. Up for her first 3 throw. And it's no good. Second 3 throws up, and it's no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail with the ball, going to bring it back down. Thrown over to Marissa Reaver, handed off to Destiny Mitchell. Throwing it down to low post, Zoe Schwinn, putting up for 2, and the shot is good.
Number 4 for your Blue Jays, bringing the ball back down the court. She'll end up at the mid-court line. Looking around, trying to find some options. Finds 35 at the far wing. They'll throw it back to 21 at the top of the key. Over to 22, now at the close wing. Down to 35 at the low post, up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound, and a jump ball will be called.
And Cougars will get the ball. Abigail with the ball, going to bring it over to Destiny. She's going to bring it down to Cougars' side, throwing it over to Haley McMillan. Back over to Destiny, throwing it down to low post. Intended for Zoe, but goes out of bounds. And it will remain with the Cougars. Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball in, over to Abigail, putting up for 3, no good. Destiny's saving the ball, over to getting the Zoe Schwinn, putting up for 2, and it's good.
Blue Jays now with the ball. 4 has it, bringing it down the court. She'll take it to the mid-court line. Over to 21, now at the close wing. Up to 14 at the top of the key. She'll go down to the wing, down to 21 to low post. Up for 2, and it's no good. And a whistle is blown.
Calls against number 2, Zoe Schwint, on the arm.
One for your Blue Jays. First 3 throws up, and it's no good. Mia's second three throw shot is up, and it's good. But she crossed the line of the free throw line, and so it's no good. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail with the ball now, going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Going over to, intended for Destiny Mitchell, but it hits the tips of her fingers and goes out of bounds.
Ashland throwing in the ball. They'll take it to 4. She'll bring it down the court. Up to the top of the key, down to the high post. Up over to 5 at the close wing. Up for 3, no good. 21 with a rebound. Now out to 14 at the far wing. And she'll be caught traveling. Turnover to your Cougars.
Destiny Mitchell throws it over to Abigail Rodriguez, bringing it back down to the Cougar side. Throwing it down.
Ashland stealing the ball. They'll throw it over to 4 now. At the far corner now. She'll go down now over to 14 for the low post. Up for 2, and it's good.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball now. She's going to bring it down to Cougar side. Minute 40 on the clock. A little struggle for it.
Ashland comes up with it. Now over to 14 for the low post. Up for 2. Over the basket, no good. 22 with a rebound. And a jump ball will be called. And it will remain with Ashland. .35 for Ashland now at the baseline. She'll toss it into 4 at the low post. Up for 2. And another whistle is blown.
Calls against number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, on the arm.
Or 22's first 3 throws up. Trying to find her number. Number 4. Mackenzie Walker up for her second 3 throw now. And it's good. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down to Cougar side. Over to Hope Bumpkin at the far wing. Over to Destiny now near top of the key. Back over to Hope. Going to throw it over to Zoe Schwint. Back to Hope. Over to Abby now at top of the key. Back to Hope at far wing. Putting up for 3. Shot is good for 3.
Ashland now back with the ball at 21, bringing it down the closer side of the court. Down to 35 at the low post. She'll go back out to the corner. Now over to 14, the far wing. Over to 5 now at the corner. She'll go into the close corner. Up for 2, no good. And a fight for the rebound. Looks like Ashland will end up with it, but they will be caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Looks like the ref's whistle is not staying attached. Ball's thrown in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougar side. Gonna throw it over to Destiny, back over to Hope Lumpkins, back to Mitchell. Back to Destiny, waiting out the time. Let's check it over to Abby. Back to Destiny. Over to Hope at far wing. Trying to cross over to close wing where where Abby is. Back out to Zoe Schwinn at low post. Struggle for the ball, and there's the call on the court.
It'll be against number 14, Caden Cunningham. I can say that correctly. So we got pushing.
Hope with the ball, putting up for three. Shot is no good. Ball's knocked out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Blue Jays.
14 for your Blue Jays now at the baseline. She'll toss it into 5. She'll bring it down the farther side of the court, down to the far wing. 10 seconds on the clock. She'll take it to the free-throw line now. Up to 21 at the top of the key. Back over to 5, the close wing. Up to the free-throw line. Out to 14. Up for 3. No good. And that'll be the buzzer. At the end of your third quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars at 23. Ashland Blue Jays, 31.
I've heard. Destiny throwing the ball over to Abigail. Going to bring it back down the Cougar side at a slow pace. Ball's knocked out of bounds against the Blue Jays, and it will remain with the Cougars. Hope Lumpkin throwing over to Destiny. Now over to Marissa at low post. Puts it up for 2. No good.
Fight for the ball, and 4 will end up with it. She'll take it down the court for your Blue Jays. She'll take it to the midcourt line. Go down to the high post. Now over to 14, the close wing. Now over to 4 at the top of the key. She'll go down to the mid post, out to 35. She'll pass over to 14, the close wing. She'll go into the lane, up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. Be rebounded, and again, no good. Back out to 35 now at the far corner. Up for 2, I believe, and it's good.
Destiny Mitchell with the ball now. Going to bring it back down. Going over to Hope Lumpkin. Going over now to Abigail, and call on the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 35. Bianca, she'll be caught pushing.
Destiny putting the ball up for 3. No good. Zoe throwing the ball over to Abigail. Back over to Zoe. Back out to Abby. Back over to Destiny. Now over to Hope. Back to Destiny. Going to run it in. Down the low post. Put up for 2. No good.
5 for your Blue Jays gets the rebound. She'll bring it down the court. Now at the midcourt line, up to the top of the key, over to 4 at the far wing. She'll take it to the high post. Up for 2, no good. Cougars now with the rebound.
Destiny with the ball, going to bring it back down the Cougars side with some speed. Going to throw it back out to Hope. Back to Destiny. Going to check it over to Zoe at far corner. Went on the low post.
Fight for the ball, my bad. And Ashland will end up with it. They'll check clear down to 14, but slips off her fingertips and out of the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Hope throws the ball over to Abigail. She's going to bring it down the Cougar side. Back over to Destiny near close wing. Back over to Zoe at close corner. Back to Destiny. Now over to Hope near the far wing. Now over to Abigail near the far corner. Back over to Destiny, going down the low post, putting up for 2, and the shot is no good. Abigail with the rebound, though. Getting it over to Marissa.
Fight for the ball, but 14 for your Blue Jays ends up with it. So toss it down to 35, over to 5 now. Got a nosebleed, so we will be
Stopping the game temporarily.
looks like there is some blood on the court, I think.
Ball turned over to Destiny Mitchell. Back over to Abby, bringing it back down to Cougar side. Back to Destiny.
Ball is tipped off, and it rolls out of the court. Turnover to the Blue Jays. Blue Jays now with the ball, and looks like as they toss it in, it'll be called a travel and turned over to the Cougars.
Destiny Mitchell throwing it in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougar side. 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Hope putting the ball up for 3, and the shot is good for 3.
Blue Jays now back with the ball. Will take it to the midcourt line. Struggling a little bit to get it down, but it ends up at 4 now at the close wing. She'll go down to the low post. Back up to 5 at the high post, up for 2, no good. 4 with the rebound, and it's good.
Destiny with the ball now, bringing it back down to Cougar side with some speed. Hand it off to Abigail at close wing. Back over to Destiny at top of the key. Going to throw it back out. Call on the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 21, Mia, and she'll be caught pushing.
Destiny Mitchell will be throwing the ball. Will have a chance for a point or 2 for the Cougars. Shot is up. No good. Like Destiny will have another opportunity due to the Blue Jays being out of formation a little too quick. The shot is up. No good.
Fight for the rebound, and the Blue Jays will get it. 5 has it now for your Blue Jays. She'll take it down the court up to the top of the key. Now over to 35 at the far wing. Up to 21 at the top of the key again. Back down to 5 at the closer wing. Down to 35 now at the close corner. She'll look around, finds 21 at the mid-court line. Ball is tipped, and a shove will be called.
Ball's against number 43, Marissa Reaver, pushing.
I believe number 4 up for your Blue Jays now, Mackenzie Walker. Mackenzie will put up her first free throw, bounce off the rim, and it's in. Mackenzie now getting ready for her second free throw. And it's up and in. Cougars back with the ball.
Destiny going to throw it over to Abigail. She's going to bring it down. Don't know.
Stolen by the Ashland, number 4, bringing the ball back down the court. And a whistle is blown as she's caught with a double dribble. Turnover to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown into Abigail, bringing it back down. Now over to Haley, at the close wing, going down the close corner, but ball's knocked out of bounds against the Blue Jays, and it will remain with the Cougars. Destiny Mitchell throwing the ball in. Out to Hope Lumpkins at the far corner, or far wing.
14 for your Blue Jays, bring the ball back down the court. She'll go down to the far wing. Now up to 20. 20 now to the mid-court line. Back down to 14 at the wing. Dribbling around, goes over to 5 now at the corner. Now back over to 14 in the lane. And an intentional foul will be called, I believe, on 14 for your Blue Jays. Caden Cunningham. Turn over to your Cougars.
Destiny throwing the ball in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougar side. 3 minutes on the clock. Destiny with the ball going down, low post, putting up for 2. Shot is no good. Leela with the rebound, though, and there's a call on the court against the Blue Jays.
It'll be against number 35, Bianca. She'll be caught pushing.
Number 21, Leela Kenyon will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. Shot is up. No good.
Ashland now with the ball. 5 has it at the farther side of the court. Now over to 14, the closer side. She'll take it to the mid-court line. Now over to 4 at the far wing. She'll go down to the top, to the corner. Down to the low post, up for 2, no good. Fight for the rebound. And a whistle will be blown as I believe 20 tries to get the ball.
That was on number 2, Zoe Schwint, holding.
.22 puts up her first free throw, and it's in. .22 for your Blue Jays, not getting ready for a second one. It's up, and it's in. Cougars back with the ball.
Abigail going to bring it back down the Cougars side, and now throw it over, intended for Leela Mila, but it flies over her head and out of bounds. Turnover 2, the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays now have the ball at the baseline. 5 has it. Into 20 now. Down to 4 at the closer side of the court. She'll take it to the midcourt line. Now over to 21 at the far wing. Up to 20 at the top of the key. Now over to 5 at the close wing. Down to 21, but it bounces off of her leg. Out of the court. For your Blue Jays now at the baseline. She'll toss it into 21 now at the close corner. Up to 14, I believe, at the top of the key. Now over to 5 at the far wing. She'll look around now over to 20. 2 minutes now on the clock. Down to 5. She'll go down to the low post. Up to 14. She'll go up for 2, and it's good.
Abigail with the ball now, bringing it back down the Cougars' side. Now over to Destiny at the close corner, putting up for 3, and the shot is no good.
Ashland now back with the ball. 14 has it, bringing it down the court. She'll take it down to the far wing, goes down to the low post. And an intentional foul will be called on Ashland. Turnover to the Cougars. And it'll be against number 14, Caden Cunningham.
Abigail Rodriguez throwing the ball down to Hope Lumpkins at the far corner, going in, dribbling around over to Destiny Mitchell now. Back to Hope, putting up for 3, no good.
Blue Jays now with the ball at the baseline. 5 throwing it in to number 4. Now over to 14. She'll take down the farther side of the court. Minute 19 on the clock. Now over to 4 at the close wing. She'll take it to the midcourt line. Down to 5 at the far wing now. Down to the corner now with 12. Up to 3 at the midcourt line. Minute on the clock. Now over to 5 at the far wing. Up to 14. Blue Jays trying to burn the clock. Now over to 4 at the close wing. Down to 14 in the low post. Up for 2. And a whistle is blown.
Ball against number 11, Haley McMillan on the arm.
Blue Jays' first 3 throws up. I believe it's 14. And it's no good. Cougars calling a sub. Ashland throwing up their second 3 throw, and it's good. Nope, it looks like she crossed the line, and it's no good.
Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to Cougars' side. Now over to Hope Lumpkins at the far corner. To dribble it around. Over to Haley near the top of the key. Go hand it off to Abigail. Back over to Hope. Back to Marissa. Now over to Zoe. Back over to Hope. Putting up for 3 from the top of the key. No good. Zoe Schwint with the rebound though. Going to try to get it to Marissa, but looks like there's a struggle for the ball. Jump ball will be called. Blue Jays.
Number 3 for your Blue Jays will have the ball on the baseline with 24 seconds on the clock. And Blue Jays coach will call a timeout. Blue Jays now with the ball at the baseline. 5 has it. She'll toss it into 4. Now coming down the closer side of the court. She'll take it to the top, the close wing. Out to 12. She'll go up to up for 3. No good. Fight for the rebound. It rolls out of the court with 11 seconds on the clock. Turnover to the Cougars.
Abigail throwing the ball over to Hope. Back to Abby, bringing it back down. 8 on the clock. Zoe with the ball, going to throw it back out to Hope. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good. That is the time. The score is Cougars 26. Blue Jays 43. Stay tuned for the boys varsity round where your commentators will be Tip-off has begun. Number 0 having the ball. 0 with Grigsby getting over to number 14, Landon, putting up for 3. Shot is no good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly bringing the ball back down the court. He'll end up at the far wing. Now over to Jake at the top of the key. Now over to Hayden at the close wing. He'll take it into the low post. Almost getting stolen by the Blue Jays. Out to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. Up for 3, no good. Blue Jays now back with the ball.
Britt with the ball, going to bring it back down. Going to throw it out to number 14, Landon. Bringing it over to number 1 now, Kale. Hands it off to Britt at close corner. Throwing out to number 2, Jose puts it up for 2. Yeah, that's good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Jake has it, bringing it down the court with the jog. Now over to Riley at the close wing. Up to Jake at the top of the key. Back over to Hayden at the far wing. Back up to Jake. Over to Riley now. Into Easton Juno at the mid post. They pack it around a little bit. Back to Easton at the low post. Up for 2, and it's good.
Brett getting the ball back out to number 14, Landon. Hands it back off to Brett. Back out to number 5, Trey, near the close wing. Hands it off to number 1, Kale, at the close corner, going down the low post. Back out to number 14, Landon. Going to run down the lane, put up for 2, no good.
It'll be against number 11, Easton Juno.
Ball is up by Landon. It is no good. Second ball is up by number 14.
Number 21, Logan Meyer, passes it into number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He's going to bring it down the floor. He'll pass to number 3, Riley Pauly, back to number 1. Over to 15, Hayden Morrison, back to 1. Over to 3, Riley Pauly. He's going to pass to number 11. Back to 15, over to 1. He's going to shoot for 3. It is good.
Blue Jays with the ball now. Number 2, Joe's bringing it back down to number 0, Britt, at the close wing. Back off to number 5, Trey. Back out to number 1, Kale, at the close wing. Hand it off to Britt at Landon with the ball at mid post. Ball's been thrown around. Back out to number 0, Britt. Hands it off to number 2, Jose, I'm going to say. Hands off to Kale. Back over to Landon, going down the lane, putting up for 2. The shot is good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly passes in to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He's going to bring it down the court on the far side. He'll pass to number 3, back to 1, over to 15 on the close side. He'll go back to 1 at the top of the key. Over to 11, Easton Juno, back to 15, back to 1 at the top of the key. Over to 3 at the far wing, back to number 1. He'll pass inside the paint to 11. Easton Juno, shoot it for 2 is no good. He rebounds, he's fouled.
Balls against number 14, Landon McPhail.
Easton Juno's first shot is no good. Second shot is good.
Blue Jays with the ball, going to bring it over to number 1, Kale. Hand it back off to number 0, Britt, at the top of the key. Hands it back off to number 2, Jose, at the close wing. Ball thrown back out to number 5, Trey Vera. Hands it back off to Britt Grigsby, running down the lane, put it up for 2, no good. Turn over to the Cougars.
Number 1, Jake Kuchengardner passes in to number 3, back to 1. He'll bring it down the court. He'll dribble around a little bit, looking for a pass over to 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll drive in for 2. Is no good. He is caught charging. Turnover to the Blue Jays.
Brett throwing the ball in to number 5, Kale. Hand it off to number 14, Landon. Going to bring it back down to Blue Jay side. Landon trying to find his options. They're going to throw it over to number 1, Kale. Hands it off to number 5, Trey. Back out to Jose at the top of the key. Put up for 3. Shot is no good. Kale with the rebound. Hand off to Vera. Put up for 2. No good. Jose with the rebound yet again. Going to put it up over to number 1, Kale. Back out to Britt. Over to Jose. Hand off to Trey. Going cross court over to Kale. Back out to Treya. Hand off to Britt. Back to Landon. Down to Kale at low post. Put up for 2. The shot is good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly passes in to number 1, Jake Hubengarner. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison on the far wing. He'll look for 21, Logan Meyer. Back to 11, Easton Juneau. He'll dribble once, shoot for 2 is no good. He'll go out on white over to Blue Jays. Number 25, Kelson Juneau is going to sub in for his brother, Easton Juneau.
Britt throws the ball over to number 5, Treya Vera. Bringing it back down. Hand it back off to Britt. Going to chuck it over to number 2, Jose. Back out to Treya. Putting it. Ball goes down to Kale. Put it up for 2. No good.
25, Kelson Juneau rebounds. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to dribble on the court. Pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. He'll pass. Oh, he'll look for a pass. He'll dribble around, look for a shot. Pass to number 1, Jake Hubengarner. Go over to 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll look for a shot. Oh, he'll pass to number 1. He'll look for a 3. Is no good. Number 3, Riley Pauly rebounds the ball. He'll pass to number 15. Shoot for 3 is no good. Number 3, Riley Pauly rebounds. He'll pass to 21. Logan Meyer, shoot for 2 is no good.
Landon with the ball. Going to get it out to number 0, Britt. Getting over now to Kale. Goes back out to Britt. Put up for 2. For 3, my bad. And no good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly's going to bring the ball down the court on the far side. He'll look for a pass to number 1, Jake Hubengarner. Jake will shoot for 3. It's good.
Britt getting the ball back out to Jose. Going to bring it towards the top of the key. Well, center line. Throwing it out now to Kale. Back out to Landon. And throw it back out to Britt. Over to Trey once again. Hands it back off to Jose. Putting up for 3. Shot is no good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly rebounds. He'll bring the ball down on the close side. Pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. Over to number 1, Jake Hubengarner. Over to 15, Hayden Morrison again. He'll go shoot for 2 in the paint. Is no good. Shoot for 2 from 21 is good.
Blue Jays with the ball. Number 1, Kale with it. Gonna throw it over to Britt. Back over to Landon now. Gonna bring it over to high post. Hand off to Trey. Put up for 3. My bad. No good.
Number 1, Jake Hubengarner is gonna rebound and bring it down the ball. He'll shoot for 3. No good. Blue Jays rebound, but there's holding. It'll go to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Trey gets the ball in. Number 14, Landon. He's going to bring it back down to the Blue Jay side. Throwing it back out to number 1, Kale. And there's a call on the court.
I'm not sure who they called. I think it was Hayden Morrison, number 15, caught holding. 21 Logan Myers going to sub in for number 15, Hayden Morrison.
Ball is thrown in to number 0, Britt. Going to throw it out now to Kale at the far corner. Going to hand it back out to Trey at the far wing. Back out to number 3, Jonathan. Back out to Landon. Over to Trey once again at top of the key. Back out to Jonathan. And call on the court. Intention.
Number 3, Riley Pauley's going to pass it in the baseline over to number 1, Jake Kupengartner. He'll bring it down the court. He'll pass to 25, Kelson Juneau. He'll look for a pass. Dribble around to his brother, number 11. Over to 1, Jake Kupengartner. He'll look for a pass to the inside. To 21, over to 3, Riley Pauley. He'll shoot for 3. It's no good. Blue Jays rebound.
14, Landon bringing it back down to Blue Jays side. Going over to the Brick, going in, down the low post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Number 1, Jake Kupengartner is going to bring the ball down the court. He'll pass to number 25, Kelson Juneau. Number 11, Easton Juneau is going to shoot for 3. It's no good. That is the end of the first quarter.
Score is Cougars 11, Blue Jays 7. Your cheerleaders for tonight is Destiny Mitchell, Elena McVeigh, Ava Kenyon, Linnea McVeigh, Emily George, and Bailey Byler.
All right, Jake Kupengartner with the ball. Going over, passing it to Pauly. Inside to Juneau. Over, kicking now to Hayden Morrison. Call a jump ball. It is Blue Jays ball.
Missouri Grigsby will be throwing the ball in for the Blue Jays. Thrown over to number 3, Jonathan Amaya. And double dribble is called on Jonathan.
Pauly with the ball. Kicks over to Kupengartner. Inside to Juneau. Corner to Pauly. Kupengartner grabbing the ball over to Pauly. Kicks it inside of Meyer. Back out to Pauly. Out to Morrison. Up for 2. No good.
Grigsby getting the ball out to Kale, bringing it back down. Some speed going out to Jonathan. Back out to number 0, Britt. Out to Kale now. Hand it back off to Jonathan. Kale's going to bring it back in, put it up for 2, and it's no good. Well, it is good. Never mind.
Morrison with the ball in the corner to Kupengartner. Inside to Meyer. Up for 2. It's no good. Blue ball.
Grigsby throwing the ball in to number 3, Jonathan Amaya. Bringing it back down. Britt will Bring it over to number 1, Kale. Put it up for 2, no good. Kale with the rebound, going to put it over to Trey. Dribbling around, back out to number 14, Landon at the top of the key. Back out to Kale. Throwing it back into Jonathan, going down the lane. Struggle for the ball. Number 14, Landon gets the ball in. He's going to put it up for 2, no good. And ball goes out of bounds against the Blue Jays. Turnover to the Cougars.
Hoopengarner with the ball. There's white ball on the floor. Inside to Pauly. Pauly goes up for 2. No good. Rebounded by McVeigh, up for 2 again. No good.
Britt getting the ball out to Kale, going down on the Blue Jays side. Back over to Britt. He's going to throw it over to Jonathan. Back hands off to Landon at the far corner. Dribbling around. Going in down to Kale. Put up for 2. Shot is no good, but there's a call on the court.
Foul to number 3, Riley Pauly.
On the arm. First shot by Kale is up, and it is good for a point. Kale's second shot is up. No good. Kale with the rebound, though. Going to get it out to Britt at the top of the key. Going to run it down the lane. Try putting up for 2, and it's good.
Hoopengarner with the ball. Pass over to Pauly. Back up top to Hoopengarner, over to Juno. Driving to the corner, into Meyer, up for 2. No good. Rebounded by McVeigh. There's a jump ball. Blue ball.
Ball's thrown in to Britt. He's going to bring it back down. He's going to throw it out to number 3, Jose. Back to Landon. Over to Jose. Over to Britt once again. Over to Kale. He's going to throw it back. Ball is thrown around the edge a few times with Britt. Going to put it up for 3. No good. Landon with the rebound. Goes out of bounds and turnover to the Cougars.
Hoopengarner with the ball. Over to Morrison. Inside to Juno. Wow, that was a good pass. That was in between 2 players.
Landon getting the ball down to Britt. Going to, with some speed, going back over to Landon on top of the key. Back out to Britt at close wing. Hand it off to Jeffrey going down in. Bringing it over to Jonathan. Hand off back to Britt at top of the key. Back over to number 1, Kale at the far wing. Over to the far corner where Landon is. Throw back over to Jeffrey. Over back to Landon. Over to Kale. Back over to Jeffrey at mid post. Back over to Giovanni. Put it up for 2. No good.
A lot of ball movement here.
Yeah, there is. Jeffrey getting the ball. Rolls off hits his knee and rolls out of bounds. Turnover Never mind, it will be a Cougar. It will remain with the Blue Jays.
Watch those hands real good.
Britt going to be throwing the ball back in. Landon putting up for 3, no good. Ball against the Blue Jays. Number 1, Kale Harris, pushing.
Timeout on the Cougars.
1 minute.
Hoopengarner with the ball. Over to Juno. Juno going inside, kicking it out to Morrison. Morrison back to Juno. Over to Morrison. Hoopengarner. Hand off to Juno. Juno attacking in.
Number 0, Brett with the ball, bringing it back down, throwing over to Jonathan, back over to Trey, hand it back off to Brett at the top of the key. Trying to find his options. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Thrown back out to Trey at far wing, back to Britt, back to Trey. Back to Britt once again, over to Jonathan. Back over to Kale, over to Landon at low post, back out to Kale. That's close corner. Landon puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Hoopengarner bringing the ball down the court. Goes up for 3. No good. Rebounded by Juno. Over to Morrison. Hoopengarner with the ball. Going up for 2. No good. Out on blue. Juno with the ball. Inside of McVeigh. Over to Meyer. Morrison with the ball. Ooh.
Jonathan throwing the ball into number 2, Jose, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Trey now. Hand it off to Hale. Back out over to Jose, over to Jonathan. Back to Jose. Top of the key. Hand off to Landon at low post. Put up for 2. Shot is no good.
Morrison with the ball. Pushing it down the court over to McVeigh in the corner to Pauly, up for 3. And it's no good. Rebound over the back. Oh, okay. That looked like an over the back, but.
Ball's against number 14, Landon McBell. Pushing.
White ball on the floor. Kick to the corner to Pauly. Over to Easton. Over to Jake. Back to Juno. Over to Pauly. Pauly looks inside to Meyer, no good.
Trey with the ball now, going to hand it off to Jose and Maya. Bringing it back down to Blue Jay territory. Back over to Trey, back over to Kale. Over to Trey once again. Back to Kale. Back over to Trey. Hand off to Jose. Back over to number 3, Jonathan. Trey with the ball, putting up for 2, no good. Kale with the save. He's going to throw it over to Jose. Back off to Jonathan. Over to Kale. Over to Landon at mid post. Hand it back off to Jose. Back over to Trey. Back over to Jose. Over to Jonathan at far wing. Hand it off to Jose at top of the key. Put up for 3. No good.
Meyer with the rebound over to Hoopengarner. Over to Pauly. Back to Hoopengarner. Left wing over to Easton Juno. Goes inside. Kicks out to Pauly. Pauly going up for 2. No good.
Ball is thrown all the way down to Landon. Put it up for 2. And it's good for 2.
White ball. Jake Hoopengarner with the ball. Over to Pauly. Pauly goes up for 2. No good.
Your score is for the first quarter. Cougars 11. Ashland Blue Jays 16. Stay tuned for the second half of the game.
All right, we good? Okay, be up where my chest is. Or higher. Right now really well. During the band it just gets really
Welcome back to the third quarter of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Otis-Bison with the ball.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison has the ball. It's stolen by the Blue Jays.
Landon gets it down to Jose at the far corner. He hands it off to number 5. Back over to Landon at top of the key. Back with number 1, Kale running down the lane. Put it up for 2, and the shot is no good.
Number 11, Easton Juno rebounds. He'll pass to number 1, Jake Hupengarner. He'll bring it down the court. Pass over to 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll drive, look for a shot. Then pass to number 3, Riley Pauly over to 1. He'll dribble to the close wing. Pass to number 3 at the far wing. He'll drive and look for 2. Stolen by Blue Jays.
Number 2, Jose with the ball. Ball rolls out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Blue Jays. Brett going to throw the ball down to Jose, trying to find his options, throwing it back out to Landon. Ran it to the top of the key. Hand off to Brett. Ball goes out of bounds, intended for Brett. Rolls off his fingers and turnover to the Cougars.
The 3 passes to number 1, Jake Hupengarner. He'll bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 3, Riley Pauly over to 1. Back to 3. He'll shoot for 3. It's no good. Number 15, Hayden Morrison rebounds. Pass to number 1. Over to 3 again. Pass to number 11. Back to 1. Back to 3. Shoot. Oh, fake for 3. Shoot for 2 by Easton Juno is good.
Number 2, Jose with the ball. He's going to bring it back down. Turn over to Trey at the far wing. Back out to number 14, Landon, top of the key. So back out to Hale. Back out over to Trey now. Over at the far wing. Going to hand it back out to Britt at top of the key. Back over to Landon. Over to Hale. Back out to Landon. Dribble it around a little bit. Back out to 5, Trey. Over to Britt, far corner. Over to Jose at low post. And there's a call on the court. Turnover to the Cougars.
Number 3, Riley Pauly is going to pass in for the Otis-Bison Cougars. He'll pass to number 1, Jake Hupengarner. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll go back. He'll pass back to 21 at the top of the key over to number 1 at the post wing. He'll dribble to the far wing. Pass to number 11, Easton Juno. He'll drive. Pass to 15. He'll shoot for 3. It is no good. It's back to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Number 2 with the ball, Jose Amaya bringing it back down. Throwing it down to number 1, Hale. Back to Landon, trying to put it up for 2. No good.
Number 1, Jake Hupengarner is caught with the foul. There's 2 shots for number 14 on the Ashland Blue Jays.
Number 14, Landon McPhail will have the opportunity for 2 points. First shot is up, and it is good for a point. Second shot is up, and that's good for another point.
Number 11, Easton Jr. passes into number 1, Jake Hupengarner. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. Fake a pass back to number 1. Back to 3. Number 3, Riley Pauly is going to drive. Pass to number 21. Pass to 1. Back to 15. He'll try to dribble around. It goes off of someone's foot. Over to 1. Back to 3. Shoot for 2 is no good. Riley Pauly, number 3, will have a shot for 2. Or have a chance for 2 shots.
Ball's against number 5, Trey Vera, blocking.
Of Otis. Riley's first shot was good. Second shot is no good.
Number 1, Kale Harris with the ball. Over to number 14, Landon McPhail, up for 2. No good.
Number 21, Logan Meyer rebounds. Passes out number 11 back to 1. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll drive for 2. Shoot for 2. It'll stay with the Otis-Bison Cougars. Number 1, Jake Hubengarner is going to throw it in from the baseline. Passes in 21, Logan Meyer. Over to 15, Hayden Morrison on the top of the key. Over to 1 at the close wing. He'll pass to 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll drive, look for 2, pass to 21. Back to 15. He'll pass to 25. Kelson Juno, shoot for 3 is no good. Over to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Britt with the ball. Over to number 2, Jose. Up to number 35, Timmy. Over to number 1, Kale. 14. 0 with the ball, Britt. Kicking out to number 35, Timmy. Over number 14, Landon gets called to travel. It is White's ball.
Number 25, Kelson Juno is going to, oh, maybe not. Number 15, Hayden Morrison is going to pass in for those Bison Cougars. Number 1, Jake Hubengarner is going to bring the ball down. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison at the far wing. Morrison will come over to the close wing and back to the far wing. Pass to number 1 at the far wing. Pass to number 11, Easton Juno. He's going to drive for 2. Gets fouled and has a chance for 2 points for his team. His first shot is no good. Number 3, Riley Pauly subs in for number 1, Jake Hubengarner. Houston's second shot is good for another Otis-Bison point.
Number 2, Jose Amaya with the ball. Over number 14, Landon. Corner to Britt. Up top to Timmy. Over to Kale. Going in, out to Britt. Going in, up for 2. No good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison rebounds the ball. He's gonna bring the ball down the court. Pass to number 11, Easton Juno. Over to 15. Back to number 3, Riley Pauly. He's gonna drive for 2. Jump. He gets caught traveling and it'll go back to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Number 0, Britt with the ball. Over to 14, Landon. Up top to Kale. Over the wing to number 3, Yolani. 3 is good.
Number 21 will pass into 3.
0 with the steal over number 1. Gets called an offensive foul.
Number 3, Riley Pauly is going to pass it in for the Otis-Bison Cougars. Number 1, Jake Hubengarner is going to sub in for number 15, Hayden Morrison. Number 1 gets the ball. He's going to dribble down the court. He'll go to the far side. Pass to number 25, Kelson Juno. Kelson will look for a pass. He'll go back to number 1, Jake Hubengarner. He'll go behind the back, look for a pass to 25. 25 will try for 2. And try for 2 again. It is good.
Number 0, Britt with the ball. Over number 1, Kale. He's going to go up for 2. No good. Gets fouled. He's shooting 2.
Number 25, Kelson Juno, has a foul, his first foul of the game, with exactly 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Or third quarter. Number 21, Logan Meyer rebounds the ball. He'll pass to number 11. Back to 1, Jake Kupengar. He's going to bring it down the court. He'll go to the far side. Look for a pass to Easton Juno. He'll drive to the corner. He'll pass to 25, his brother, Kelson Juno. He'll pass back to number 1. Number 1 will look for a pass. He'll pass right into the Blue Jays.
14, Landon McPhail with the ball. Over number 1, Kale. Inside of Giovanni. Out to number 0, Brick. Goes up for 2. And it's good. Fouls on number 1, Jake Kupengarner. Free throw, no good.
Number 25, Kelson Juno gets the ball. He's going to pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll bring it down the court. He'll pass to number 1, Jake Kupengarden. He's going to look for a pass. He'll dribble down. He'll shoot for 3. It's no good. And just holding. It'll go back to the Blue Jays.
Number 0, Brick with the ball. Over number 5, Trey. It's called a travel.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison's going to pass in for the Otis-Bison Cougars. He'll pass into number 1. Back to 15, he'll dribble down the court on the close side. He'll look for a pass. He'll pass to 25, Kelson Juno, over to 11, Easton Juno. He'll shoot for 2, it is good.
Bright with the ball over to Landon. Up to number 45, Jeffrey. 5 with the ball. Again, Landon with the ball. Up 5 going up, out to 14. Up for 3, no good.
Ball will go back to the Otis-Bison Cougars. Number 3, Riley Pauley's going to pass in for the Otis-Bison Cougars. He'll pass in to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to come down the court on the close side. He'll look for a pass to number 1, Jake Kupengarder. Jake Kupengarder will take his dribble. Oh, behind the back, over to number 11, Easton Juno. He'll look for a shot. It's no good. Back to 25, over to 11. He'll shoot for 3. It is no good. At the end of the third quarter, Otis-Bison Cougars will have 19, and Ashland Blue Jays will have 23.
Oh my gosh.
Both teams will return to the court in the fourth quarter. It'll be the Ashland Blue Jays ball.
Brett with the ball up top. Kicks it over to 14, Landon. Going up for 2, and it's good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison passes into number 1, Jake Hupengartner. He'll dribble down the court. He'll look for a pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. There's more of a handoff. Number 3, Riley Pauly gets an offensive foul, I think.
No, it's foul on.
Oh,
It's a block.
okay. So it'll remain with the Otis-Bison Cougars. Number 1, Jake Hupengartner is going to throw it in from the baseline. He'll throw to number 11, Easton Juno. He'll look for pass to number 3. And then to 21, Logan Meyer. He made a weird move, but it was no good.
14, Landon with the ball. Over number 1, Kale. Inside, no good.
Number 3, Riley Pauly steals the ball. He's going to dribble down the court on the far side. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll go back to number 1, Jake Hupengartner. Over to number 3, Riley Pauly. He'll look for a shot. Then pass to number 11, Easton Juno is no good for 2.
Number 5, Trey with the ball. Kicks over to Landon. Wing to Giovanni. Up for 3, no good. Rebounded by Britt. Goes inside for ooh.
White, number 21, Logan Meyer is caught with a foul. There's 2 shots for number 0 on the Ashland Blue Jays.
First free throw is good. Second free throw is also good.
Number 21, Logan Meyer passed it into number 3, Riley Pauly. He's gonna drive for 2, fake, try for 2 again. He gets fouled. He has 2 shots for the Otis-Bison Cougars. Riley's first shot is not good. Number 25, Kelson Juno subs in for his brother, Easton Juno. Riley's second shot is also no good. It'll go over to the Ashland Blue Jays.
Number 0, Britt, bringing the ball over to Kale. There's a moving screen called on number 3, Giovanni.
Number 1, Jake Hupengartner is going to pass it in for the Otis-Bison Cougars. He'll throw it over to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He'll bring it down the court on the close side. He'll drive in and shoot for 2 is no good.
Britt with the pass, lob over to Giovanni, up for 2, no good.
Number 21, Logan Meyer rebound, back to blue.
Trey goes up for 2, no good, rebounded.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison rebounds the ball. He'll shoot for 2, it is no good. He trips over someone. It'll go over to the Ashland Blue Jays. Otis-Bison Cougars call a full timeout. With 6 minutes and 3 seconds left, Otis-Bison Cougars have 19 points and the Ashland Blue Jays have 27. Both teams will return to the court. The Ashland Blue Jays are going to throw it in.
Zero. Britt with the ball. Kicks over number 1, Kale. Kick it back out to Trey. Over to Giovanni. Outside to Landon. Inside to Kale. Back out to Landon. Up top to Trey. Going up for 2. And it's good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison passes it in to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He'll dribble down the court on the far side. He'll hand it off to number 3, Riley Pauly. He'll shoot for 2 at the free throw line. It's no good.
Number 5, Trey with the rebound. Kick it over to number 0, Britt. Goes up for 2. And it's good.
I didn't see what happened, but number 15, Hayden Morrison, he's going to bring it down the court. He'll dribble around, look for a pass to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He'll try and look for a pass. Instead, he'll dribble, drive for 2, and shoot. It is good for 2 Otis-Bison points.
Number 3, Giovanni with the ball. Kicks over 14, Landon. Outside to Kale. Over to the corner to Britt. Back up top to number Trey. Corner to Landon. Goes up for 2. No good. Rebounded by
Number 3, Riley Pauly is going to bring it down on the far side. He'll dribble around for a little bit. He'll pass to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He's going to hold it. He'll take his dribble. He'll pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. He's going to drive. Look for a pass. Shoot for 2. There's no shot. I'm not sure what the call was.
3 seconds in the lane.
Yeah, I don't want that called on me. I'd be embarrassed.
Brett with the ball. Over to Landon. Back up to Kale. Goes in.
Ooh. That sounded like it hurt.
There's a push. The 1-on-1. Number 1, Kale. Free throw, no good.
Number 11, Easton Jr. rebounds. He's going to bring the ball down the court. He'll pass to number 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to drive, look for 2. It's no good. Rebounded by Blue Jays.
Kale with the rebound. The lob to Landon. Pass inside to Britt. Out to Kale. Back inside of Britt. Up for 2, and it's good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison passes in to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He'll hand it off to number 11, Easton Juno. Easton Juno's going to dribble to the other side of the court. Pass to 15, shoot for 3 is no good. Number 3, Riley Pauly's going to sub in here shortly. Oh, he'll sub in now for Hayden Morrison, number 15.
Ball goes inside of Britt, over to Trey, middle to Landon. Dribbles down, over to number 1, Kale. Goes up for 2, no good.
Number 25, Felson Juno rebounds. He'll pass to number 1, Jake Kuchengardner. He's going to dribble down the court. He'll look for a pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. Riley Pauly's going to dribble around. Pass to number 11, Easton Juno. Back to 25. Shoot for 2 from the free throw is no good.
Landon with the rebound. Goes up for 2, and it's good.
Number 1,
Good
Jake
little Euro step.
Oh. Number 1, Jake Kuchengardner is going to pass into number 3, Riley Pauly. He'll take it down the court. Pass to number 24, Lewis McVeigh. No good.
Britt with the ball. Over to Kale. Inside for 2. No good. Gets his own rebound. Kicks it out to Britt. Over to Trey. Up top to Landon. Goes up for 2.
Otis-Bison's going to call a half timeout.
I've never heard it called that. Half timeout.
Normally I say like full or half. Maybe you have to say like 30
usually
seconds.
I say half and then 30 seconds.
Okay.
But no, you go ahead. You keep calling it that.
Oh yeah. I got my own name for it and everything. And they only have 2 cheerleaders. I feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
They only had 1 earlier, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god. I could never do that.
I would have not liked being that cheerleader.
I would have quit. Right there, right then, just quit. I'll come back when there's other people.
Yeah, I would have just asked my coach to just not.
The crowd can do it.
Yeah.
Number 1, Jake Cooper, he's going to dribble down the court. He'll look for a pass. He'll pass to 25, Kelson Juno, over to 21, Logan Meyer. Back to 25. He'll shoot for 2 from the free throw line. He's no good. It'll go over to the Ashland Blue Jays. There was a foul. So, number 5 on the Ashland team will get 2 shots, I think. Oh, it's a 1-on-1.
Free throw's no good. He grabs his own rebound, goes up for 2, and it's good. It's an and 1.
There's a foul on 21, Logan Meyer, and then a technical foul after the basket on number 5 for Ashland for screaming. I've never seen any calls like that before. Or like back after back. Or is that what they say? I don't think so.
What?
Like back after back. I feel like that back to back. Yep.
I think it's weird how they have to like be on the other side of the half court line.
Yeah, they look so awkward.
Yeah.
Number 1, Jake Gardner's first point is good. Or first shot is good. His second shot is also good. Looks like the Otis-Bison Cougars are going to pass it back in. Number 1, Jake Cooper is going to pass to 25, Kelson Juno. He'll look for a pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. He'll drive in for 2. Is no good. Number 21, Logan Meyer rebounds it in the air, shoots it, and is good for 2. Otis-Bison will call a half timeout. 30 seconds.
Not a half timeout.
Oh, well, I'm going to call it that forever now. I like how someone uses our support beams as like a little clothes hanger.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I've never seen that before. Both teams will return to the court. It'll be the Ashland Blue Jays ball.
Britt throws it in over to Jose Amaya. Kicks it to Britt. Back into Jose Amaya up for two, no good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison, he's going to rebound the ball and take it down the court. Shoot for two from the free throw is no good.
Ooh. Bit aggressive there.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah.
Except for I wish I wasn't there. If I was, I would have.
Except those were some crazy elbows thrown.
Yeah. I would have had like bruises all over me if I was one of them. Number 11 passes number 3, Riley Pauly. Back to 1, Jake Hupengarner. Over to 15, Hayden Morrison. He's going to drive pass. It'll go off the Blue Jays and remain with the Otis-Bison Cougars. And 3, Riley Pauly's going to pass into number 1, Jake Hupengarner. Over to 11, Easton Juno. It'll be jump ball and go to the Blue Jays.
Jose Amaya with the ball. Hey,
Number 15, Hayden Morrison steals the ball and puts it up for 2. It is good. Number 14 on the Blue Jays tripped over one of our boys, and it'll go back to the Otis-Bison Cougars. That was a little confusing. Hayden Morrison's going to pass to number 11, Issa Juno. Look for 2 is no good. Blue stole it, but now the Ashland Blue Jays, that's really weird for me to say. They're going to have a timeout, a full timeout. With 31 seconds left in the fourth quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars at 27, the Ashland Blue Jays at 37. Otis-Bison Cougars will return to the court, and so will the Ashland Blue Jays. The ball will go to the Ashland Blue Jays.
throws it in, though. Samaya back out to Britt. Over to Kale.
Number 3, Riley Pauly is caught holding. Number 21, Logan Myers going to sub in for number 24, Lewis McVeigh, with 25 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
The shot is no good. Second shot is good.
Number 21, Logan Meyer passes into number 1, Jake Hupengarner. He's going to drive down the court. Pass to 15. He's going to drive for 2. Pass to number 3, Riley Pauly. Shoot for 2 is good. Otis-Bison Cougars are going to call a full timeout. 1 minute. There's only 15 seconds left. They've had a really good rule on stopping the clock on perfect seconds. It's impressive. If it was me, I'd put it weird numbers. Both teams are going to return to the court. It'll be Ashland's ball, I think. Yep, it'll be Ashland's.
Britt throwing it in over to Jose Amaya, back to Britt.
Number 3, red ball, he's caught holding again. It'll be 2 shots for number 0 on the Ashland team. Number 21, Logan Myers, going to sub back in from 24, Lewis McVeigh.
Shot's good.
Number 11, Easton Juno is going to pass it into number 1. Back to 3. He'll try for 2. Is good. At the end of your varsity boys game, Otis-Bison Cougars will be at 31 and Ashland Blue Jays will be in 39. Thank you for tuning in tonight to the broadcast. We were very thankful. Hopefully come back to next game because we will definitely be filming again.
Next week, 3 games, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday.
Got a busy
Snowball
week.
too.
Oh, yeah. And
So-
then there's a Super Bowl. Y'all better be ready.
Okay. Everyone have a great night.